Hi. So today we're working with an artist, Corey Pemberton, and he's going to be making glass with these kind of quilt designs in them, and we're going to use what's called Marini. Can we put up the Marini Chop Chop slide? So what it is we make bars of glass that have a design in them. Then we chop them up, and we use each of these little chopped pieces like a mosaic tile. And then we lay out our mosaic pattern. We pick it up, make a tube out of it, close the end of the tube, then we have a bubble that has the Marini pattern in it. Um, can we each put up the Marini compare slide? So these are two examples of Marini pieces. The one on the left is first, second century BC. It's Roman. So they made all these little kind of flower-like designs, made little flower tiles, rolled them up into a tube, closed the end, and a bubble that has the design in it, and then blow it up. On the right is another Marini piece, but that's contemporary. That's a sculpture by a contemporary artist, Dick Marquis. So a it's a technique that's probably 2,000 years old. So right now, we're making the pattern Marini bars. That's what we've got over there. So Mr. Pemberton has made little uh, bundles of different colored glass so that it has a pattern going all the way through it. We're going to stretch it out into long rods, chop them up, and then we'll use them like mosaic tiles to decorate some artwork. Can we put up some of Mr. Pemberton's Marini pieces? So you see the patterns? So those were created with these mosaic tiles. There's a good. And so he's basing a lot of this on quilting patterns, especially quilts that were made by. Oh, hello? There we go. Yeah, running out of batteries here. So the folks that are working with Corey today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're a resident team of glass blowers. And when we have a guest artist like Mr. Pemberton, they come with ideas and designs, and our team will help him make their designs. Mr. Pemberton's here from Wednesday through Sunday. He can make anything he wants. And he'll leave one piece for our museum collection. He wants to keep this, but you can see, if you look at the end of that piece of glass that he has on there, you can see the pattern. All the colors are distorted by the heat, but when it cools off, they turn to their natural colors. So everything looks kind of orangey. That's the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So the glass itself is made out of three basic ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three things in our big furnace, cook them overnight. They all melt together and make glass. That glass will be clear glass. If we want to make colored glass, then we usually add some kind of metal. Different metals give you different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So over on the far right, that's Sarah Gilbert, one of our resident glass blowers. She's taken that pipe over to our pipe cooler. When these steel pipes get hot, we take them over to that trough and we spray water on them. That cools them down and makes them easier to hold. Does anybody have any questions so far? So Sarah has some additional elements for our Marini rod. And we're going to add that to the pattern rod that Gabe has in the center. Mr. Pemberton started out as a painter. not a glass maker. He's been very active working with the glass. So if you look at the end of that rod that Gabe is forming now, that's the pattern that you're going to see in our mosaic tiles. Gabe is the man in the hat. He's been working glass for 29 years, and he's been with the museum since we opened. So we're going to squeeze that against the steel table. Once we get that pattern all squared away, we're going to heat that rod up and stretch it, make a long skinny rod out of it. We'll put it in the annealing oven, it'll cool slowly overnight, and when it's cold, we'll chop it up. We have two basic kinds of furnaces here. We have the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. The glory holes are the ones where you see the door open. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram of our glass furnace, what it looks like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. All the glass in the furnaces is clear glass. We buy colored glass in various forms, and then we coat our clear glass with colored glass to make colored objects. Sarah's picked up another stack of colored glass. I think we're going to add that to the rod that Gabe has. So we're trying to create a pattern in the cross section, and we'll stretch it to make the mosaic tiles. Mr. Pemberton is a graduate of Virginia Commonwealth University. And I believe this is his first time working in our studio. Well, not his first time. It's not his first time, excuse me. His first time as having a residency all to himself. He's worked here on various special occasions. We had a glass conference here several years ago, and Mr. Pemberton was here working then. Add another element to that rod. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So we're making a fancy sandwich of all these different colored rods of glass. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. We're making what's called Murini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E, and we make a long rod that has a pattern going all the way through it, and then we chop it up into little pieces, and we use those pieces like mosaic tiles to make a glass object. Could we put up some of Mr. Pemberton's finished objects with the Murini pattern in them? So if you look up on the big screen, so what we're doing right now is the preparation for that. So before you make the rod, things will eventually look like those things in the pictures. A long time. Well, we're making the rods now. We got to cool them overnight. Then he's got to chop them up, prepare them, and then make the actual object. It's not doing it. We're not doing it like beginning to end. So we're going to be making rods all morning. So it's not like we'll start now and then finish it in an hour. Yes. Yes, those are examples of the Murini rods. It's kind of like making a sushi roll. We put all our elements together, make a long rod like that, and then you chop it up, and each section looks the same. Could we put up Murini Chop Chop? You see the drawing up on the big screen? So he's made the rods. He's got a little chopper up here. We're going to chop those up, and then we're going to use those little slices to make lay out a mosaic pattern for the finished vases. Whoa. I don't know. What are you going to say? 3 or 4 pounds?
3 or 4?
Oh, okay. So
It might only be like 5 pounds, but on the end of a stick, and it's moving, it feels like
So that rod is made up of a number of different colors and patterns. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When it cools, it'll look like those rods over there. One of the difficulties of doing something like this is to keep the design straight. He wants these things to be square. Over to the right, that's Mr. Pemberton in the black shirt. He's making what's called the post. That's what we're going to use to stretch that rod over there. So it's going to. What? Oh. Okay. So I was wrong. We're going to transfer that rod to the rod that Mr. Pemberton's preparing. Oh, I see. We're going to make two pulls out of it. We'll make two rods out of this. One attached to the rod that Mr. Pemberton's holding, and one that's attached to the rod that Gabe's holding. So we're going to cut that in half. So now Gabe is squeezing that rod in the middle. We're going to cut that in half and transfer half of it to the rod that Mr. Pemberton's holding. The tool in Gabe's hand is called the jacks. And when we use it to squeeze the glass, it's called jacking it down. Sarah's torching the end there so that it's hot, soft, and sticky, and it'll stick to the rod that Mr. Pemberton has. So we attach it, and we're going to cut that big, thick rod in half. A little water will crack the glass where we made the indentation. We'll tap. Whoa, that wasn't supposed to happen. It's supposed to break in the middle, but we'll have to do that again. Glass is temperamental. Sometimes it does what it wants and not what you want. So Sarah over on the right is preparing another glass so to grab that half section. We're going to try that again. What we're trying to do is cut that in half, make it into two separate rods. There we go. That's what was supposed to happen the last time. We're trying to make that square cross section so that when we lay out the mosaic tiles, there'll be squares, and the squares will all fit together into a pattern. Can we put up the Lino pattern? So if you look up on the big screen, that's how we lay out the Marini pattern. So all those little tiles are cross sections of rods like you see here. We lay it out on a ceramic plate, heat them up till they fuse together, and then we'll make a bubble out of that, and it'll have the mosaic pattern in it. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's basically a way of making two-dimensional um, mosaic pattern into a three-dimensional bubble. Can we put up the picking up Marini on a collar? So if you look up in the big screen, we have another drawing. So we're going to lay out the pattern of tiles on a ceramic plate. We'll heat them up till they all stick together. We'll roll them up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and we'll have a bubble with the mosaic pattern, and we can make that into any shape we want. Excuse me? I like Jack. What? It's not as warm as you think.
I like that one.
Can we put up the Marini Chop Chop slide?
Hold on, I need a picture of you with that. Point at it. Yes. Thank you.
Right.
I can send you those. Like,
Ready?
you guys have any questions?
Nah, man, just enjoying it. I guess. What's the tack marks over there?
Tactile.
Right up on that box.
The kiln down, the little side kiln, little tool down.
Oh, over there? That's just counting how many pieces we made. That's probably from another day.
All right, nice.
We were making a bunch of the same thing.
Yeah, nice.
So this is the artist in residence then?
What?
Or the artist, he's in residence with the museum right now? How many?
Yeah, he's here for he's here for Wednesday through Sunday.
Oh, okay.
He started on Wednesday. He'll be here through Sunday.
How many pieces does he have like a set amount he tries
No.
to make during it? Oh, cool. So he's just hanging out.
Make as
making
many as
stuff.
we can.
Cool.
This kind of stuff, there's a lot of preparation.
Yeah.
So right now, that's what we're doing, making the rods for the tiles.
Yeah.
And I think maybe this afternoon he might make an actual vase out of it.
Cool. Nice.
Need to work.
Yeah.
Go over there. Let's go move in where the action is.
So we're going to hand that rod up to Nick up on the ramp, and we're going to stretch that vertically. So the pattern will be maintained throughout that whole rod. So we'll make a lot of little tiles out of that long rod. We're going to cut that, I think, in probably 2 or 3 pieces. And then we'll put them in our annealing oven where they'll be cooled slowly overnight so they don't crack. So we'll bust that long rod up into a little more manageable sections. And into our annealing oven. We keep that oven at a constant temperature all day long. We put everything that we make in there, and then at night we slowly turn the temperature down till it's cooled slowly overnight. So we're going to do another pull with the remaining, the other half. And Sarah's going to try to get some more length out of this piece that's left over.
I have another question. Why do you have to keep the rods warm
Because they'll crack.
so they don't crack? So do those have to go in there, or had they already spent the night in there?
They had already spent the night. That was made yesterday,
Oh, gotcha.
cooling overnight. Now they're cool.
Okay. So, um, I'm guessing you have a studio someplace else that you make these rods, not just here?
I don't have a studio someplace else. I mean,
Or
Mr. Pemberton does, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Pemberton, our guest artist, does.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's only here for a week.
Got it. Where's he from?
He's living and working in Los Angeles.
Okay. And so during this process, if he's at his studio, do you know, does he have all these,
No.
couple of ovens?
No, this is a super deluxe setup.
I was going to say it must be really nice for him then to be able to come here and do this. Okay.
Not only, this is as fancy a glass studio as you're ever going to see. But the key to coming here is not only the equipment, it's the personnel. We have a crack team of glassblowers that he can work with who are super talented. So they're as or more important than the machines.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So over on the right, that's Kristen Elliott, our cold worker, and she's cutting up some strips of colored glass that we're going to stack up to make the patterns in those rods. We'll cut it up into strips. We'll use those strips to stack them up to make the patterns. So in that oven over there, we have the stacks of strips of glass that we've assembled, fused together, that have the patterns in them. Hi, how are you guys? So today we have a guest artist, Corey Pemberton. He's a man in the black shirt and jeans on the right side of the studio, and he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and we're making what's called Marini. Uh, can we put up the Marini Chop Chop slide? So this is a technique that's probably 2,000 years old, and it's a way of getting a mosaic pattern into a three-dimensional piece of glass. So we make long rods that have the pattern going all the way through 'em. And then we chop them up, and then each little chopped slice we use like a mosaic tile. Um, can we put up the lino? Um, so here, so once we get all our little tiles, we lay them out on a ceramic plate, heat them up till they fuse together. Then we roll them up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we have a bubble that has the mosaic pattern in it, and we can shape it into anything we want. Can we put up some of Mr. Pemberton's finished pieces? So you get to the Marini ones. These are his paintings. There. Okay, stop there. So you see that patterning is made of these little little mosaic tiles that we made. So right now what we're doing is making the mosaic tiles. It's a little complicated. So we've fused together strips of colored glass so that they have the pattern in cross section. We warm them up in this kiln here, and then Sarah's going to pick them up so we can work them. She's put a little ball of clear glass on the end. We're going to use that to grab the pattern rod. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Yeah. Not today, though. I'm a tour guide today. There's an exhibit of my work across the hall in the exhibit area. Sarah's shaping her glass. Sarah on the far right in the black shirt and shorts. She's shaping her glass to get ready to pick up one of these patterned sections. Mr. Pemberton's over there at the chopper, chopping up the rods to make the individual tiles. Everything that we make here has to cool slowly overnight. So if you look at that rolling cart behind Mr. Pemberton, those are the rods, and now he's chopping them up with that chopper and making each of the individual tiles. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. The folks that are working with Mr. Pemberton today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. When we have a guest artist like Mr. Pemberton, our team will assist Mr. Pemberton in making whatever he wants to make. We're adding a little hot glass to the rod that Gabe has. Gabe is the man in the hat. So that'll be soft and hot and sticky. That'll help us grab our patterned section. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's a glory holes, the round one with the doors open. That's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, those are 2,100. Yep. 2,100 is about as hot as the hottest volcano. Mr. Pemberton started out as a painter. He's now working in both painting and making glass. He's also a principal in a organization called Crafting the Future, which is dedicated to promoting opportunities for people of diverse cultures to have opportunities in the craft. Can we play the Crafting the Future video?
I worked as a glassblower for 10 years before I ever worked day job with another black artist. Once we started doing this work through Crafting the Future and providing scholarships for black and brown makers, and once I started seeking out actively a more diverse community for myself, I realized like what I had been missing. how much freer I was to create, to converse, and to just be myself unapologetically and without fear.
I did not envision myself as an artist when I was younger. I didn't even see this as a possibility, especially in a full-time sense. Sometimes we put ourselves in boxes, or I don't know, things just don't seem as possible when you don't see people that look like you doing the things.
Being Filipino in the art community, it's already difficult as it is because like art was not something that was taught in our home. When I was living in the Philippines, we didn't have TV or anything like that, and so my uncle would send these National Geographic magazines every month to us, and that was kind of like my way to the world. And I feel like a lot of me doing that is just trying to find myself within my art.
Being around other great artists, it's truly transformed me as an artist.
Being in this space and having the open opportunity and being able to express my art in the way I want, it helps us grow and it helps the art grow as well.
It just really changes everything. The way that you enter the shop in the morning, the music you put on, the ideas you express, the conversations you have outside of the studio that are fueling your work and practice. Don't get discouraged, try one more. It's one thing to like create space for someone or even provide them the funds to like come and enter a space, but then how else do you make that person feel like they are welcome and like they want to stay? And at Crafting the Future, we're still learning what that looks like and aiming to be an example so that as we travel through these spaces, we can see more and more people of color, more diverse stories being told, story being preserved that includes all of the people on this planet and not just the ones who historically have been given the wall space or the pages in the books. Everybody should be touching the rail. Cedric, Tyler, that's me. Get in there. Touch that rail.
Do you guys have any questions? How long does it take? A long time. Well, we're going to make these rods. We're going to chop them up into little tie. We're going to make rods. The rods will go in one of these ovens. They'll cool slowly overnight. Then we've got to chop up all the little tiles. And then we have to make the piece after that. Yes, yeah, yeah. It's a lot of work, this. We put up the Lino mosaic pattern. So you see, when we get all the tiles made, this is from a different artist. When we get all the tiles made, we'll lay out our pattern on a ceramic plate. We'll squeeze them, heat them up till they all stick together. And then we're going to roll them up into a tube, close the end of that tube, and then we'll have a bubble with the mosaic pattern in it. And can we put up some finished of Mr. Pemberton's, some of his finished mosaic pieces? So you see the patterns were originally laid out in these tiles. We made them into a bubble, and then we can blow them up into any shape we want, but it'll retain these mosaic patterns. So this technique, it's called Murrini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E, and it's, I'd say a little more than 2,000 years old. Melting in glass, the temperatures that we use in a glass furnace are actually lower than the temperatures that are used in making pottery. So if the civilization, Egyptians or whoever, had kilns where they can make pottery, they already they had enough firepower to make the glass. So the earliest man-made glass is about 4,000 years old, and glass blowing is about 2,000 years old. Can we put up the Murrini compare? So on the left is a Roman bowl from the 1st or 2nd century BC. It's made with the same technique, Murrini. On the right is, on the left, on the right is a contemporary sculpture by Richard Marquis made with the same technique. So we're using this same technique for Mr. Pemberton making these designs. So the technology it's pretty old. Oh yeah, no, that's why we're here. So we're going to add another layer to this Murrini rod. Murrini rod is what Gabe has on the far right. Sarah's going to pick up another layer of colored glass to add to the pattern. Hi, how are you guys? How are you guys? Good. Where you from? Grant? What grade are you in? First grade? Cool. So we're making these mosaic tiles called Marini. And see how they got like a fancy pattern in them? So we're going to make big rods that have the fancy pattern in it, and we're going to chop them up. Do you hear that chopping sound? You hear the little bang, bang, bang? That's Mr. Pemberton. He's our guest artist, and he's chopping these up so we can use these little slices to make mosaic designs. So we start out with a big rod. That's what Gabe has in the center. Gabe is the man with the hat. We're going to heat that up, and we're going to stretch it so it gets small, and then we'll chop it up into these little mosaic patterns. And when we get enough of these, we're going to lay them out in a pattern. Can we put up the Lino slide? So look up on the big screen. So we use all these little tiles to make mosaic patterns, and then we roll them up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we have a glass bubble that has a mosaic design in it. So right now we're doing the preparation. We're making these rods to chop up. So over on the left, that's Kristen in the orange shirt. And she's cutting up sheets of colored glass that we're going to stack together to make these designs. Yeah, they're in the orange shirt there. What? Yep. So we make little strips of colored glass, and you can see how when we put them all together, the little strips make the designs. It'll take a while. So you see the man with the hat, he's got all those strips all melted together. He's going to make that into a square rod, and then we're going to stretch it. And we're going to chop them up. Can we put up the Marini Chop Chop slide? So look up on the big screen. So once we get the rod with the pattern going all the way through it, we chop off little pieces, and these become our mosaic tiles. Does that make sense? So we're making these mosaic tiles for our guest artist, Corey Pemberton. And we start out by making a big rod that has a special pattern in it. We stretch it out so it's long and skinny, and then we're going to chop it up. We put up some of Mr. Pemberton's artwork. So if you look up on the big screen, let's stop at one of the mosaic. Oh, they've got mosaics in them. Mr. Pemberton also is a painter. So he not only makes glass, but he paints pictures as well. So these are his paintings. There he is. So he's here working with our Museum of glass blowers. And they're helping him make all the stuff he needs to make his artwork. So we're making these tiles. They're called Marini. And you can see, you got a little diagram of the patterns that he wants to make. There's him all dressed up. There's some pieces made from these Marini. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Patterns? Well, for these patterns, we take sheets of different colored glass and we cut them up and we stick them together. Then we put them in a kiln and we heat them up till they melt together and make a pattern like this. So each of those little lines that you see in the rod were once a strip of glass. Is glass heavy? Yes. Glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. Glass is pretty heavy. So right now, so Sarah's just cooling off her steel rod so she can hold it back. So if you hear that chopping sound over on the left, that's the guest artist. That's Mr. Pemberton. And he's chopping up rods of colored glass to make these tiles. These are called Marini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E. Can we put up the Marini chop slide? So if you look up on the big screen, We make a rod that has a pattern that goes all the way through, and we chop off little pieces, and then we're going to use each of these little pieces to make a mosaic design. Can we put up the Lino slide? So when we finally get all our little tiles, we arrange them in a design on a ceramic plate. We heat them up so they all stick together. And then we can roll that up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and we'll have a bubble that has the mosaic pattern in it. So it's a way to translate a two-dimensional mosaic pattern into a three-dimensional object. Do you guys have any questions? How big is what piece? How big is what? Well, we make a rod, we're going to stretch it. We're going to stretch it out till it's about 10, 12 feet long, and then we're going to chop it up into small sections. So right now it's thick and big, and we're going to stretch it out until it's long and skinny, and then we'll chop it up into sections. So we're making these little tiles. That's what we're making today. Can we put up the chop slide again? So we're going to make this big long rod that has the pattern going all the way through it, and then we're going to chop it up into little tiles like this. And we're going to use the little tiles to make a mosaic design. Doing? He's heating up his rods with the design in them so that we can stretch it and chop it up and make the little tiles. So this is the first thing. First we make it big, then we stretch it, it gets skinny, and then we chop it up. You see like this? So we stretch it out, and then we chop off the little things, and then we use these little tiles to make mosaic designs in the glass. All your friends are making too much noise. I can't hear your question. What? Whose friend? Oh, yeah, sure. You can be my friend. No problem. Hi, how are you guys? It's a little bit chaotic. You have to have a little patience here. We got tons of school kids. So what we're doing is we're making marini. These are marini. And the way that we make them is we make a big thick rod with the pattern in it. We stretch it out, and then we chop off little sections. And we're going to use these little sections to make mosaic designs in glass. So that big, thick section he's got there, we're going to stretch that out, and then we'll cool the rods overnight. You see on that that cart, on that plastic rolling cart, those are the rods after they're stretched out, and then when we chop them up, they'll look like this. And we'll lay them out in a mosaic pattern. Can we put up the Lino slide? So look up on the big screen. Yes, that's the whole idea, is that we get this very intricate pattern in the glass. Can we put up the picking up marini on a collar? So we'll lay out, look, there's a drawing on the big screen. We'll lay out our mosaic pattern. We'll get a little rod with a little ring of glass around the end called the collar, and we'll roll it up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a bubble with the mosaic pattern in it. So this is a technique, it's called marini. It's probably around 2,000 years old. Can we put up the marini compare slide? So up on the big screen, there's two marini pieces. The bowl on the left, that's first, second century BC. And on the right is a contemporary sculpture made by Richard Marquis. Same technique, only 2,000 years later. So right now we're just in the process of making these tiles. Sure. Well, we use colored glass. The things that color glass are mostly metals. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red.
When they're pouring the water on the bottom of that, what is that doing?
Say that again?
When they're pouring the water, what is that? What is that process? What is it doing?
Where he's pouring the water on the glass?
Yeah.
It just cools it down, makes it stiffer, so that our pattern piece doesn't pull away.
Oh, got it. So they're getting ready to pull it, or it's in preparation of being pulled?
Yes, we're preparing it to be pulled. So right now, Gabe in the center is going to elongate that stack of colored glass. We're going to cut that in half, and we're going to stretch out the two halves and make the marini rods. The marini rods will be like you see on that rolling cart over on the far right, that gray cart. That's what they look like when they're stretched out. And then we chop them up, and this was what they look like when they're done. Can we put up some of Mr. Pemberton's finished pieces? So if you look up on the big screen, those are vases made with the Marini mosaic tiles. Does that all make sense?
Hey, sir? Yeah. At what point do they add the color in? Like, I know you said...
When you first cook the glass up, when you cook it up from the raw materials.
Okay.
So cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green. So when these bars were cooked up, before they were become glass, we add the metals, and the metals give it the colors.
And then for expectation for us, what stage are we in the process right now?
We're in the process of making. We're making the Marini rod, which we're going to chop up to make the Marini tile. So this is we make a big thick piece, and we're going to stretch it, and it'll look like the rods on that cart. And then we'll chop them up, and eventually we'll have these little mosaic tiles. So could we put up the Lino slide again? So then once we have all the tiles, we'll lay out our design, and then we're going to roll it up into a tube, close the end, we'll have a bubble with the mosaic pattern in it. So basically we're trying to make a two-dimensional mosaic pattern and turn it into a three-dimensional object. So now we're going to split our patterned rod into two pieces, because when we stretch it, it's going to be pretty long, and we're going to stretch each half.
And sir, one last question for you.
Yes.
What is she heating up over there?
She's put a little clear glass around the end of that rod, and we're going to use it to grab half of that rod in the middle. He's making a little dent in the middle. We're going to cut it into two pieces. He's going to use that to grab one of the pieces. So now Gabe is blowing some air on the narrow part, because we want that narrow part to crack, so we can separate this pattern section into two separate pieces. Sarah's going to stab it up with her glass. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We're blowing some air on that center section to cool it, make it easier to crack. We're going to drip some water on it. That should crack it, and we'll have our two separate sections. Here's the water. We're going to give the pipe a nice sharp wrap. Oh, it's being a little stubborn. We're going to have to cool off that middle section a little more so that it breaks. There it goes. So we'll have those two sections, and we'll stretch the sections out, make the long rods, and then we'll chop them up. If you see the man in the jeans and the black shirt, that's Corey Pemberton, our guest artist. And working, chopping up the finished rod. Anybody have any questions? I know this is a little bit complicated today. Hopefully, everybody will figure it out. Do you guys have any questions? No? Anything you want to know? The glass itself is made out of yeah? Well, it's probably about 10 minutes till we stretch it, but then it's got to go in one of these ovens and be cooled slowly overnight. Yes? Is there still a question? To prepare it? I don't know, 20 minutes. No, we cut up strips of colored glass. You see that woman over there cutting up the strips of glass? And then we fused a bunch of strips of glass together to make the pattern. Those are in this oven over here. We picked it up and we've been fussing with it for about 10 or 20 minutes, and then we're going to stretch it. A long time. It doesn't happen continuously. We're not going from beginning to end all at once. The step one was to make the strips, stack them together, fuse them together to make it. Then it goes in there, and it's heated up over a couple of hours. Then we pick it up, then we stretch it, then we go heat it up, and then it's got to cool again overnight. So it's not like we start something at 10 and finish at 11. Well, each rod has a specific pattern in it. You can make it a face or a flower. You can make it abstract. The patterns that Mr. Pemberton is making. No, that's a completely different artist. Has nothing to do with what we're doing today. Yes. We're making these mosaic tiles. So we'll make a big rod, and we're going to chop it up, and we're going to make these little mosaic tiles, and we're going to use those tiles to make a mosaic pattern. Can we put up the Lino slide? So if you look up on the big screen, there's a pattern made with the same type of mosaic tile. So these are called Murrini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E. And it's a technique that's probably around 2,000 years old. Can we put up the Murrini compare slide? So there's two pieces made with Murrini. The one on the left is 1st, 2nd century BC. The one on the right is a contemporary sculpture made with this Murrini technique. So basically, we're taking a two-dimensional mosaic pattern and we're turning them into three-dimensional objects. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Can you talk about the heat source a little bit?
It's natural gas and forced air.
Oh, okay.
Nothing too sophisticated.
Does it have to be in here with the ventilation up there, or is it you just happen to be in here?
Well, this building was built purposely for this shop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So It's basically the whole building acts as a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnace. So now Gabe is preparing. Gabe is the man in the center. He's preparing the glass rod for stretching. He wants to maintain that square cross section. So we'll end up with square tiles, and then when we assemble our mosaic pattern, they'll all fit together. So we're doing all this fancy stuff for our guest artist, Corey Pemberton. Mr. Pemberton's chopping up tiles over on the left. Oh, there he is. He's talking to one of our visitors. He's the man in the Dr. Dre t-shirt. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers. Glassblowing is a team sport. We rarely do it alone. And so we're making all these tiles, and he's going to use them to make his mosaic vases. The patterns that he's interested in are traditional quilt patterns. And these quilting patterns were used by slaves in early America. Whoa, candy dish. We're trying to keep it. We're trying to keep the square cross section. We're also trying to keep it straight. We don't want the thing to twist. That's part of the difficulty of doing this. We want to get it heated evenly, so when we draw it out, it draws out an even rod with the square cross section. He's dipping the tip in water so it's cooler and stiffer. Gives us something to grab onto. One of the glass blowers, if you can see, is up on the ramp to the left. We're going to hand him the rod. And we're going to stretch it vertically straight up and down. want this to stretch as evenly as possible. So we'll get a lot of these tiles that'll be the same size. And you can see here, Kristen in the orange shirt is stacking up the slices of colored glass to make the initial pattern in the rods. We're going to melt those together.
Can I ask you, what do you start with? Like, these are the colors, but like, what do you start with? You know what I'm saying? To make what?
Oh, glass has three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, throw them in the big furnace. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So the ones with the doors closed, that's what they look like inside. So we take those raw ingredients, throw them in there, cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. All those chemicals melt together and make glass. So next morning we have a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it.
That's exactly what I want to know. Thank you so much.
So checking out the pattern. Kristen here is cutting up strips from sheets of colored glass we got from a company called Bullseye that makes sheets of colored glass. We're putting the sheets, the strips in stacks to make the pattern. We'll melt these together so they all stick together, and then we'll heat them up, stretch them out, and then chop them, and we'll end up with the tiles. That's just something to grab. So we don't try not to waste any of the good pattern part. Just add a little blob of clear on the end. Grab that, the shears, and then we'll cut that off.
So it's not as much of a weight then it's the bottom.
No, it's just a place to grab it so that we don't grab it in our colored part and waste part of that.
About 16 years.
Just
When did you, I guess you started like high school, earlier age? Okay.
Younger than I am.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. Art school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Virginia Commonwealth
Very
University.
cool.
Yeah.
I wish I had a creative bone in my body, but I
Oh,
don't, so
I think we all do. You just have to tap into it.
yeah, fair enough.
You gotta trust yourself.
Yeah. Are you making the piece for the museum? Is that how it works?
I'm gonna make a piece for them. So I'm here working for 5 days.
Okay.
And I don't know how many finished pieces I'll end up with. This is my process
So, Mr. Pemberton, in addition to his glass making, he's a painter. He actually started out as a painter. And
Thank y'all so much.
oh, thanks.
It's the final form going to be for, it's such a complicated process, but what is the final form?
Well, could we put up some of Mr. Pemberton's artwork on this big screen? Get an idea.
I have a few different ideas. I've been looking at a lot of like early American pottery and thinking about just simple storage vessel shapes.
Got it?
But then there's a whole new series of forms that I want to do that are different. I don't know how to describe them yet because I haven't made them.
So is it still fluid in this
Over on the left, we're stretching out our Marini rod. We do it vertically. Once it stiffens up a bit, we'll cut it up into smaller, more manageable sections, and then we'll place it in an oven called the annealer. Will be cooled very slowly overnight. So this will get chopped up into little tiles, and the little tiles will eventually be used to make vase forms, vessel forms.
That's easily 100, probably $200 worth of color too. Wow.
It's going to be more soon. Get it all from Germany. So it's going to be subject to all those tariffs. So it's going to get even more expensive. You guys have any questions? Oh, good. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a team sport.
So how, before he came to work with you, your team, how you communicate like what you're going to do for him before you begin the project? Do you do,
Well, everybody here is a professional.
right.
Gabe, who's leading our team today, the guy with the hat, he's been blowing glass for 29 years.
Yeah.
And he's worked with all our guest artists who've come in the museum here for about 22 years. So, you know, he's pretty experienced in figuring stuff out. So, you know, we contact the artists beforehand, and you know, they give us they tell us what they want to make, and we figure it out. This process is 2,000 years old.
So you guys know it. I see. Yes.
See, Gabe is he's almost 2,000 years old. Yeah. Can we put up the Marini compare slide? So that bowl, the one on your left, that's first, second century BC. It was made around the Mediterranean. They don't know exactly where. Yeah, basically glass was discovered in sort of where, in what was Mesopotamia, sort of in Iraq, between the Tigris and the Euphrates, and then was spread by the Roman Empire. So that spread it to North Africa, the Middle East, Southern Europe. But all this stuff is pretty old. So, yeah. So on the right is a contemporary sculpture by the artist Dick Marquis, and then obviously the bowl is either Greece or Rome, and first century, second century BC.
How many more days are you going to be working on this project here?
Till Sunday.
Sunday, okay.
Yeah. So we generally the guest artists come for 5 days, Wednesday through Sunday. That's our museum week, and we'll just make as much stuff as we can. Because of the complex nature of this, a lot of it is kind of prep work. So it's not. We'll make a few things that are finished, but not. Mostly, we're making these mosaic rods called Murrini, Murrine. So the man in the black shirt and jeans, that's Corey Pemberton. He's our guest artist this week, and he's working with our resident team of glassblowers, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, and Gabe Feenan. Gabe is the man in the hat at the center of the workshop. He's leading our team today. One of the difficult parts of this process is to keep everything straight. You want to keep the pattern straight and the cross section square. Can we put up some of Mr. Pemberton's artwork up on the big screen? Corey Pemberton is the man in the black shirt and jeans in our.
One is called Ode to Dick. Yeah, I was looking at his droplets. I went into
Are those like metal ones? The base is glass as well.
which one? There's some that have like metal lids, and then there's some that have heated finials.
we go back to the beginning of that? I'll show you. I'll tell you when to stop. Can we play the art again? I just want to show one particular one. Stop.
Yeah, so this is just thickness. That's just glass. This is all glass. It's all glass, actually.
It's all glass.
So
Okay.
there's a stopper in there that has seed beads sewn with
Okay.
like a needle and thread.
Nice.
Yeah. But they're like...
And these are the ones you call Ode to Dick.
No.
Oh.
Can they go back one more?
Can you go back?
Other direction.
Other direction. That. Okay,
Yeah, so
there you
this
go.
is it deconstructed, but this stacks on top of that. Then you have a goblet. And this is the stem. It's
Uh-huh.
a pot that is more like...
And this part is glass as well.
No, that's metal.
That's metal. All over. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, take pictures. That's fine. So what we're doing at this moment, we're doing some preparation for Mr. Pemberton's sculptures. We're making Morini. Morini are mosaic glass tiles. The way that we make them is we make a long rod of glass with a pattern going all the way through it, and then we slice off little sections to make the mosaic tiles. Can we put up Morini Chop Chop? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little drawing, show you the basic principle. So we have a rod that has the pattern going all the way through it, and we chip off little sections, and then we use these little sections like mosaic tiles. It's kind of like making a sushi roll. You make a big roll and you chop it up into little things, and each piece of sushi looks the same, has the same cross section. So can we put up the Lino picture? So once we get all these tiles together, we'll lay them out in a pattern. So a mosaic pattern on a ceramic plate. Can we put up picking up Morini on a collar? So we'll lay out our pattern on a ceramic plate. We'll heat it up and squeeze it till it all sticks together. So we have a pattern sheet. And then we'll roll that up. So we lay out our pattern. We roll it up into a tube. We close the end of the tube. And then we have a bubble with a mosaic pattern in it, and we can make it into anything we want. So right now, we're in the process of making the individual tiles. So we're going to stretch the rods out If you look over on the far right, you see on that rolling cart, those are those are the rods we're making that are all stretched out. And then we have a little chopper over there, and we chop them up into these little tiles, and then we assemble our mosaic pattern and make a bubble out. Does that all make sense? I know it's complicated. You guys have any questions? It's a little bit complicated, but it looks cool when it's done. That's the important. Mr. Pemberton, how close are we to pulling? Oh, we'll show that after we pull. So Gabe is preparing our rod with the pattern. We want to keep it straight. We want to maintain the square cross section so that when we make all the tiles, they're square and they fit together. So another thing that's difficult about doing this is heating it thoroughly through and through. So it's heated evenly. So when we stretch it, we get a nice even cross section. We don't want it thick in one part and thin in the other. We want it to be even all the way through, as most of it as we can. We stretch it vertically. Now we're going to break it up into more manageable sections. And we'll put those rods in our annealing oven where they'll be cooled slowly overnight. And once they're cooled, we can start to chop them up. Why is it so long? Two things. Glass is a very poor conductor of heat, so one part of the glass can be hot while the rest of it's cool. So when the glass cools, the outside cools quickly, the inside stays hot. The glass is also very dense, so it has a lot of what's called thermal inertia. It holds its heat. So as the outside cools, it starts to shrink and it starts to pull on the inside, and it can pull on the inside with enough force to break it. So what we do in the annealer is we hold it at a constant temperature for a couple of hours so that it's the same temperature inside and out, and then we slowly reduce the temperature so that we don't start a new differential between the outside and the inside. So you bring it down very slowly. So we don't want this, because then that'll break. We want it to come down slowly, and we don't develop the tension, and we don't break the glass. The slow cooling process is called annealing, Annealing, and the big ovens where we do it are called annealers. And they have a computerized thermostat, so we don't have to sit there and turn the dial down. It's automatically, the computer slowly changes the temperature down till it's cool.
I have no idea. I'm guessing probably so. Yeah, 'cause they come out of the oven like pretty fused already. Bubbles.
I've done a little bit of fusing and I haven't quite figured out not to get rid of the bubble.
Yeah.
Years ago, Mike Designer,
I know of him. I've never met him.
he has hollow kind of color bar,
Oh yeah.
stack it up, pick it up, put the hole in there, make sort of it's almost like very flat.
Yeah.
Nino said he was one of the best.
It's pretty complicated coming from that source.
He was like Mr. Pemberton, in addition, he's started out as a painter, and he works in glass and still in painting. He's also a principal in an organization called Crafting the Future that aims to bring more diversity into the crafts, help them find artistic opportunities, scholarships, apprenticeships for people of color. And we have a little video about his organization, Crafting the Future. Can we play Crafting the Future?
I worked as a glassblower for 10 years before I ever worked day job with another black artist. Once we started doing this work through Crafting the Future and providing scholarships for black and brown makers, and once I started seeking out actively a more diverse community for myself, I realized like what I had been missing. How much freer I was to create, to converse, and to just be myself unapologetically and without fear.
I did not envision myself as an artist when I was younger. I didn't even see this as a possibility, especially in a full-time sense. Sometimes we put ourselves in boxes, or I don't know, things just don't seem as possible when you don't see people that look like you doing the things.
Being Filipino in the art community, it's already difficult as it is because like art was not something that was taught in our home. When I was living in the Philippines, we didn't have TV or anything like that, and so my uncle would send these National Geographic magazines every month to us, and that was kind of like my way to the world. And I feel like a lot of me doing that is just trying to find myself within my art.
Being around other great artists, it's truly transformed me as an artist.
Being in this space and having the open opportunity and being able to express my art in the way I want, it helps us grow and it helps the art grow as well.
It just really changes everything. The way that you enter the shop in the morning, the music you put on, the ideas you express, the conversations you have outside of the studio that are fueling your work and practice. Don't get discouraged, try one more. It's one thing to like create space for someone or even provide them the funds to like come and enter a space, but then how else do you make that person feel like they are welcome and like they want to stay? And at Crafting the Future, we're still learning what that looks like and aiming to be an example so that as we travel through these spaces, we can see more and more people of color, more diverse stories being told, story being preserved that includes all of the people on this planet and not just the ones who historically have been given the wall space or the pages in the books. Everybody should be touching the rail. Cedric, Tyler, that's me. Get in there. Touch that rail.
So we're getting ready to pull another Marini rod. So we start out by cutting strips of glass. We stack the strips like you see here on this light table to make a pattern. We put them in a kiln, heat them up so they all stick together. And now we're going to stretch it out and make a long rod, and eventually we'll cut up that long rod into little tiles. So this is a section of that rod, similar one. And we chop it up, we make these, and we use these like little mosaic tiles to make designs. You can hold it. You see that came off of it. And that's what he's making over there, that big long stretch rod. It gets chopped up into these little tiles. He's getting ready. I think they're getting ready to pick up another one of those stacked.
I was curious what he did when he was by the railing over there. He went over and then he set it down and then it grew.
Oh, that's called the pipe cooler.
Oh, okay.
When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, sometimes it gets the steel pipe hot. So there's a trough over there, and we just lay the steel pipe in the trough, spray water just on the metal part, not on the glass part, and it cools it down, makes it easier to hold. Yeah, so that's it, a pipe cooler. Most of the time, these rods don't get as hot as you would imagine. It's only when we reach into the furnace to get the molten glass out that they really get hot. So we're going to grab one of our patterns out of this kiln. So that thing that he just grabbed out of the kiln is one of these. So she's stacking all these up, and we're going to put it in a kiln, heat it up till they all stick together. Then we're going to pick it up like you just did. And we're going to heat it up and stretch it, and then chop it up into the little tiles. Those are greenie. So in the center is Nick Davis. He's working with Gabe. they have that rod with the fused pattern in it. We're going to stretch that out and then chop them up into the little mosaic tiles, the Marini. Can we put up the Marini chop chop? So if you look up on the big screen, we make a long rod that has a pattern going all the way through it, and we chop off little slices, and we use each little slice like a mosaic tile to make a mosaic pattern in the finished glass piece. No, they're solid. Can we put up the lino? So this would be how they get laid out. This is a different artist, but the same technique. So you take these and you arrange them in a kind of mosaic pattern, whatever pattern you want. And then can we put up, picking up Marini on a collar. So if you look up the big screen, we have a drawing. So we lay out our pattern. We put a little ring of glass around the end of our pipe, and we use it to roll that flat pattern into a tube, close the end of the tube. Then we have a bubble with the mosaic pattern in it. And can we put up an example of Mr. Pemberton's? And so you can make things like that. So basically, it's a long process, but it enables you to make a two-dimensional mosaic pattern and turn it into a three-dimensional object. What? No, this is just Mr. Pemberton making stuff from his own inspiration. Well, it doesn't happen continuously. So we'll stack the strips up, then we have to put them in a kiln, heat them up, fuse them together. That has to cool overnight. Then we're going to pick them up here. We have to heat them up slowly, pick them up here, stretch them out. That has to cool overnight. We'll end up with those rods. Then we have to chop it up. So it's a long process. It's not like you start at 12 and you're done at 3. Yes. Most of the week he's been making the Marini rods. He hasn't been making finished objects. So we're going to stretch it out. I'm going to cut it up into more manageable sections. And then we'll put those rods into our annealing oven where they'll be cooled very slowly overnight to prevent them from breaking.
Yes. How do you know when you have the right length and the right width? Because it seems like they're just eyeballing it, right?
You're just eyeballing it.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter so much what the width is. You want it uniform. You don't want skinny little tiles and big fat tiles. As long as they're all the same, then you're pretty set.
Yeah, once they get chopped up, they're going to get heated and squished together. So if they're a little off, yeah.
But you want to get as you want to draw that out as uniform as possible, so that the tiles related to each other are the same, whether they're a quarter inch or a half inch. As long as they're all that way, it makes things easier. So we're going to add a little clear molten glass to the end, so we have something to grab. So we're not, when we grab the end, we're not grabbing the colored part. We want to keep as much of that as possible.
I got that picture. I'm gonna add it to the things and change it over. Yeah.
So that's the end of our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I leave, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, enjoy your own lunch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. I'll let you guys know exactly what we're doing today as they get started into the process in just a moment. Our visiting artist for the week is Corey Pemberton. He's visiting from Los Angeles, where he works as the director of the nonprofit he organized known as Crafting the Future. He also paints and works with glass. And so during his residency this week, we've been exploring pattern. We've also made some forms here on the table that you can see that he'll paint over at a different point in in his artistic process with latex or acrylics. As you can see some of his past works there on the big screen. My name's Emily, and I'll be your MC for the afternoon, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions that you might have. So if you look up at the big screen, pattern is what we need to be able to create those colors on the surface of the glass. And this is how we've been creating it all week here in the Hot Shop. And if you would like to learn more about Corey, but you can't make it back Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m., he'll have his artist talk. But you can always live stream at museumofglass.org, and you can watch what's happening here in the Hot Shop Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. We live stream the process every day. So the illustrations here on the shields are just of the different styles of the vases there on the table. We'll work on one of these right now. I don't know exactly which one yet. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace. Then you'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. The glass looks like it's orange, but it's clear when it cools down. We gather all the glass from our furnaces here. The furnaces are these large tanks, and they have doors on the front of them. There's about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass that rests at about 2,100 degrees, and it's always accessible for us to be able to create glass here in the hot shop. So now we'll go in as we've gathered over that initial bubble. It's a big mass of clear glass. We'll go in with our block. Our block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood. And it's been soaking in water. And what that does, the water just lubricates the block to protect the wood and then also the surface of the glass. We want our walls to be even and we want them to cool down while the core is still hot. That way we're able to blow out the bubble and we want it to blow out evenly. So the block assists us with that. Sarah will blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. We'll go in and out of this reheating chamber to be able to heat the glass back up to continue to manipulate the shape. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand those very high temperatures. So now we'll go in with these jacks and we're gonna carve it jack line. It's a line of tension, which helps us move that glass from the end of the pipe. It's a jack line and it indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We're gonna work on the vase here at the end on the right side. So we always have to work on the bottom of a piece before we clean up the top. So everything we're doing is to complete the bottom. So he'll go in with the papers. The papers are soaked, just regular newspapers soaked in water. which will allow him to shape almost as if he's using his bare hand. So what you can't feel from where you are these really high temperatures. They make it look really easy, but the amount of radiant, energy is ridiculous. It's very, very high in heat. And so that's why he has on the sleeve and the glove. Typically they don't, but when they've been working for a while, he will put a little bit of protective gear on. But he can still feel these high temperatures, mind you. So we're gonna paddle up that bottom eventually here, and then we'll work on the top next. Once again, our visiting artist is Corey Pemberton for the week here at Museum of Glass. And thank you guys for all hanging out with us this sunshiny, happy Friday. Friday! So it's really important that this part of the pipe gets nice and hot. And that is because when we're ready to remove the piece off of the pipe, we're going to need to add some thermal shock in the area there in our jack line that we carved in earlier. This portion of the pipe also goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first when we flash the body of a piece. And so what he's doing is he's manually heating it with his hand to be able to make sure that everything is very hot all together. And that fluffy torch is about 2,500 degrees. So it's just as hot as the reheating chamber.
These ones here. So we're gonna make the ones on the illustrations there. Just working on those slowly and surely. I'll show you some of his past works, okay?
Our visiting artist is Corey Pemberton for the week. Corey is an LA-based artist. Can we see some of his past works? So he enjoys taking clear vases and painting over them. And so as you see some of his works, he also paints on canvas and then creates quilts. He's also a painter. He likes to paint on glass. And then he also likes to create patterns, which we've been working on all week. He likes to create patterns out of glass and then roll them up and then blow them out. So then there'll be color and pattern on the surface of glass. That's a very intricate process, but in the end, it'll look like that. And then when the vases come up, I will show you his painted vases. And now Sarah will connect an addition. Oh, there's the painted faces. Don't miss them, okay? The painted vases. And he painted the painting in the background. And now Sarah connected an additional rod to the end of the vase there. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line, tap the pipe, and it'll release the glass from the end of the pipe to be able to work on the opposite side. So on the first day of Corey's residency, he said he's been waiting 16 years. This has been in the works for him for 16 years. The admiration of coming to work with this team, and just a lot of people, they admire the Hot Shop team because this team of people have worked together for the duration of almost since we've been open, so about 20 years or so. So collectively, they share a lot of knowledge, almost over 100 years of knowledge of glass. So what you're looking at is Kristen is our cold worker, because all things made hot need to sometimes be polished off cold. And so that means that she'll grind glass in the cold working studio. And then Corey is our visiting artist. Sarah is our starter. Gabe is a part of the Hot Shop team. And then Nick is our Hot Shop technician. And he makes sure that all of the glory holes and all of the furnaces are working, so he takes care of all the equipment and many other things, but they all know how to blow glass. And so the only part of our Hot Shop team that is not here is the director of the Hot Shop. He's just not here today. And so people would like to come, and so they apply to come here to work with the Hot Shop team. So they bring their visions, and Chihuli's idea behind designing this Hot Shop was not only for glass artists to come and apply and create here. You can be any kind of artist. You can be a painter, you could be a plumber. You don't even have to be an artist. You can just apply, and if you're granted the residency, you are granted a lot of help to achieve your dreams or your visions in glass with the Hot Shop team. Can we see the reheating chamber? Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole here rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only designed to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And then when we gather to start the process with these stainless steel rods here, we'll dip into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnaces are powered by natural gas and forced air. It's the ovens here with the doors on them to prevent any sort of residue hitting the clear glass or getting into the glass to contaminate it. And the furnaces are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees. It is wise that we keep the furnaces on because it's a little bit more efficient than turning them off and turning them back on. And when glass cools, it has the ability to shrink, so we don't want to compromise the integrity of the crucible, of the bowl, of that ceramic pot inside of the furnace. So people like Corey himself, I can tell you a little bit more about him. So he's American born, and he received his BFA from Virginia Commonwealth University in 2012. He has completed residencies at Pilchuck Glass School, the Pittsburgh Glass Center, Alfred University as well, and he was also a core fellowship at the Penland School of Craft. He's exhibited work at the Robert and Francis Fullerton Museum of Art, the Contemporary Museum of Art in Raleigh, and he has permanent collections at the Museum of Art and Design in New York, the Boston Museum of Fine Art, and the Chrysler Museum of Art in Virginia. Currently, he lives in Los Angeles, where he splits his time between the nonprofit arts organization Crafting the Future as a director, painting, and his glass practice. He strives to bring together people of all backgrounds and identities, breaking down stereotypes and building bridges, not only through his work with Crafting the Future, but with his personal artistic practice as well. To learn a little bit more about the other work that Corey does with Crafting the Future, can we please see the Crafting the Future video?
I worked as a glassblower for 10 years before I ever worked day job with another black artist. Once we started doing this work through Crafting the Future and providing scholarships for black and brown makers, and once I started seeking out actively a more diverse community for myself, I realized what I had been missing. how much freer I was to create, to converse, and to just be myself unapologetically and without fear.
I did not envision myself as an artist when I was younger. I didn't even see this as a possibility, especially in a full-time sense. Sometimes we put ourselves in boxes, or I don't know, things just don't seem as possible when you don't see people that look like you doing the things.
Being Filipino in the art community, it's already difficult as it is because like art was not something that was taught in our home. When I was living in the Philippines, we didn't have TV or anything like that, and so my uncle would send these National Geographic magazines every month to us, and that was kind of like my way to the world. And I feel like a lot of me doing that is just trying to find myself within my art.
Being around other great artists, it's truly transformed me as an artist.
Being in this space and having the open opportunity and being able to express my art in the way I want, it helps us grow and it helps the art grow as well.
It just really changes everything. The way that you enter the shop in the morning, the music you put on, the ideas you express, the conversations you have outside of the studio that are fueling your work and practice. Don't get discouraged, try one more. It's one thing to like create space for someone or even provide them the funds to like come and enter a space, but then how else do you make that person feel like they are welcome and like they want to stay? And at Crafting the Future, we're still learning what that looks like and aiming to be an example so that as we travel through these spaces, we can see more and more people of color, more diverse stories being told, story being preserved that includes all of the people on this planet and not just the ones who historically have been given the wall space or the pages in the books. Everybody should be touching the rail. Cedric, Tyler, that's me. Get in there. Touch that rail.
one of the members is curious to know about how the glass is gathered and then blown out. So I think the best video to depict this is the color overlay video. This is nice, what we're watching here in the hot shop, because it's just clear. So when you guys leave, you don't have to wonder, what's it gonna look like when it comes out? So I really enjoy when we're using just clear glass in the process, but this video will teach you a little bit about color and then how the glass starts out of the furnace. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit about how the glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the cone is about 90 feet tall, and if we could see some of those images of the wigwam burners from the past. So when Chihuly decided that he wanted to revitalize the waterway, he thought it would be a wise decision to create or to pay homage to old Tacoma. And so the waterway, there were once these burners, these wigwam burners, where particles would drift down the waterway and it would burn off. And so this is a 90-foot cone. I don't think that those wigwam burners were, but this is a 90-foot cone designed to pay homage to old Tacoma when they revitalized the waterway. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. Happy Friday. I hope you've had the ability to enjoy the sunshine today. Our visiting artist for the week is Corey Pemberton. He's been here since Wednesday. Currently, he's chopping down a pattern, which we pulled out. They were super long. They were probably 4 to maybe 3 feet each. And so he's chopping them down, and he's exploring these patterns which derive from quilts which were on the Underground Railroad. And if the quilts had certain color patterns or patches, it would indicate that there was a safe place for African Americans to stop along the way. And so he's exploring these different types of pattern combinations. Kristen is cutting cold sheet glass and very detailed in relation to how to stack it in a log cabin style with different colors and patterns. What happens is that will go into an oven. It'll get up to about 1100 degrees. They'll pick it up, make it really hot, and then pull it out into cane. You then chop this down and lay it. Can we see the platter of cane reference? Any sort of diagram would be great. You lay it out on like a platter or a kiln shelf, and then you roll it up. And so the Marini is designed to create patterns on the surface of the glass. And so as you can see, this is Marini laid down. Once it gets heated up, hot enough to be able to roll up, then you can roll it up and blow out. And that's how you get pattern and color on the surface of glass. Can we see some of Corey's past works? So here's an idea of more pattern that's been rolled up. So more Marini that's been rolled up and shaped. And then these vases have been hand painted with acrylic and latex paints. And they are the vases that we're working on now with the various faces. So now we're going to add bits of clear glass to the surface to be able to enhance the vase's facial features. So we'll start with the nose, then we'll go for the eyes, and then the mouth. Gathering glass from the furnace. It looks like it's orange, but that's because the glass rests at about 2,100 degrees. So it's just hot. So when they're all done, as they have given the vase faces, face, eyes, nose, and a mouth, we'll go in and just kind of cinch the back of the connection point there, give it a little flash, flash the body. Then we're gonna put water on that connection point, and then Nick, he has on his Kevlar gloves to protect his skin from physically being burned, but trust and believe, he can still feel the heat radiating through those materials. Every step you take, it gets a little hotter. But he can manage because he's done it before. And so his Kevlar gloves will protect his skin from physically being burned, and the face shield is to just protect the impact of heat on his face. Because what happens next is that he'll put it into the annealing oven, so a little bit of water on that connection point. We'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help release the glass from the end of the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. If you guys would like to learn more about Corey, you can always come Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. for his artist talk, or you can get onto our live stream, and Wednesday through Sunday, we are here always working from 10 to 5 in the hot shop. You can watch from the comfort of your home, your computer, or your couch. So be sure to live stream us to learn about what's happening here in the hot shop. Let's give them one more big round of applause for all their hard work today. And we're here till 5. We'll continue to make art. We'll continue to create glass. We're going to keep working on probably those sculptures there on the shields. Hi everyone, I hope you're having a good Friday. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Right now we are making patterns in glass, which means we are stacking color bars up. And as we stack the color bars up, we're gonna stretch it out in order to be able to create marini. And marini are patterns of glass, of color that has been stacked together. We're gonna pull it out. It's really cool to watch. It's almost like watching sugar be pulled. Our visiting artist for the week is Corey Pemberton. He is the guy there in the green pants chopping glass down. Can we please see some of Corey's past works? can we please, when you can, see the diagram of the chop, chop, chop of the Marini? So here in the hot shop, we are creating Marini. Marini is created by getting color, well, when you make it hot, right? When we're doing it hot, live, in the hot shop, we're picking up color, getting it hot, and creating a brick. And then when we pull this brick out, it'll become what we call cane or Marini with different colors, and then we'll chop it. And when you chop it in cross section, you'll be able to see the patterns. Can we put, yeah, there we go. So then when you lay down the patterns, you'll get them nice and hot on a piece of kiln shelf, roll them up. Mind you, this is like day one, let it cool down. Day two, chop it down. Day three, potentially roll it up. So this is all done in days. So it's a process, an intense process. And this is how you'll get color and pattern on the surface of the glass. So every color you see is applied and then smushed together, then rolled up again, and then blown out into a form. Can we see the Dick Marquis objects with Marini on the surface? And so as you can see, when you roll it up, you are then able to shape it into a bowl or a shape, and it'll reveal the pattern on the surface. So here on the right side of the hot shop, Kristen is cutting cold glass, cold sheet glass, and she's stacking it like a log cabin in patterns. And so why are we doing this, right? Corey Pemberton is our visiting artist for the week here in the hot shop. And his goal is to achieve creating as much Marini as possible. So then later, he's able to roll up this Marini anywhere, in any hot shop. He lives and works in LA, and he divides his time between directing his nonprofit created, known as Crafting the Future, which creates space for BIPOC artists to have residencies at different craft schools all over the States. And so he also blows glass and paints. So Corey has desired to come here and work with the Hot Shop team for a long time, and you can see why. Everybody is working a role to create a final product. He said he'd be happy if he just walked away with pattern, which is a bunch of Marini. And so it takes a lot of work in order to achieve creating all this pattern. The patterns are inspired by the quilts that were on the Underground Railroad. The quilts would contain patches of color indicating to African American that it was safe to stop at these points. And so that is where the ideas of the patterns derive from, and that's why we're working to create patterns and design on the surface of glass for Corey this week here in the hot shop. He's the guy with the Dr. Dre t-shirt on and the green pants. So the process, so Sarah has a color that's ready. Nick is still prepping a piece of color bar. They just do a little veil of clear on the surface, on top of the surface of glass. So he stripped it off on the table there. Because when you gather it, sometimes can be a little thicker than what we need. And so he strips it off to veil it, and then he'll add it to this brick that we're building. The brick that we're building contains a lot of color, and it'll be stretched out to get pattern. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Can we please see some of Corey's past works? are you doing here? That's the best.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
Do you know where Yakima is?
Oh yeah.
Or like Natchez. Or Natchez, Washington.
Not Natchez.
It's about like 30 minutes out of Yakima.
I've only been to Yakima like once.
Ghetto. Really ghetto. Yeah.
It's alright. It's alright.
But there's some nice parts. The food's really good.
The food, yeah.
Long. And they have just like other good food.
Yeah, the
what's happening? Chilling. It's so funny. It's funny.
Yeah, that's the 1 star on Yelp.
I usually just say hi to people or I don't say anything.
I usually never talk.
Yeah.
I never talk.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I thought you were fully listening, and I'm like,
Have you been to Cuero Bravo? That steakhouse up the street? No?
I know about it, but
Oh, it's crazy.
you went?
I've been 1 time. I'm going tonight.
I went. I like the one at the mall because they have lamb. The Texas de Brazil, same style.
Yeah.
That one's good.
Better?
So good because they have more selections.
I do like lamb, but I like steak. I think
Yeah.
the best steak I've ever had is at Cuero Bravo. It's better than El Gaucho. El Gaucho is, yeah.
I've never been to El Gaucho, but I did meet the man that owns it
Really?
in
Probably a
Portland.
pretty wealthy guy. They have like five
What?
They have like 5 El Gauchos.
Oh,
Total.
he was small.
Little guy, Italian probably.
He's black.
Black?
Maybe he only owns one of them.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know how they're owned.
I don't know. But it's alright.
I met him in Portland.
It's overpriced. Cuerno Bravo is probably the best thing I've ever had. And I like the chicken. Is there a good bar at the Brazilian? Really?
Yeah, and you can get like a different style of it. You don't have to eat like the buffet style. You can get the bar style.
Oh.
But the lamb, I just like the lamb because I try not to eat the steak. Huh?
Crazy. Lamb?
So good.
Yeah.
Everything there is so good. Even the ovens are from Brazil. They got imported
Really?
because of how they make it, I guess. Even the people are from Brazil. That's another story.
Maybe I'll go there next.
Lee is here. Your family's here.
No, they all live in Seaback. You know where Seaback is? It's like an hour north of Olympia. It's pretty far up there. Like you have like Silverdale and Bremerton.
So how'd you get to Tacoma?
Drove.
How'd you get to Tacoma? Huh?
I drove.
Are you going to work here? Are you going to work here? Your job that you got?
No, that's Seaback as well.
Oh, so you're just on a road trip?
Well, I'm picking up my brother at the airport tonight at 11:30 p.m.
So you're just chilling? Oh, that's good.
I brought my skateboard. I'm gonna go skate around Tacoma until it gets dark. Seriously. Go eat steak at Cuerno Bravo, and then go to Seaback,
Pick them up. And then you got to go back.
drive back to Seaback tonight.
What's that, like an hour and a half?
Hour.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad.
It's not bad. I got a Ford Ranger.
That's good.
Showed a Ford
I'm
Ranger.
glad it works.
It's stiff. Wait. It's a good little pickup. You know what a Ford Ranger is?
A truck?
It could quite possibly be the greatest vehicle ever made.
Oh, Lord. I'm glad. I'm glad you love it.
Good.
You can skateboard down here.
Yeah, no, it's a good little area down there.
They got some, like, well, yeah.
Throw the headphones in, have a little iced coffee, you know.
Yeah, you're ready to go.
Forget about tomorrow.
You're locked in.
Exactly. Before all hell starts, and that's the work. Dude,
Oh.
I hate working. So, I can't. But I do a lot. I'm really hard working, but I just like, you know.
I don't think like that.
Fishing, commercial fishing.
Can we see the color overlay video to learn about how the glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So eventually, when we're almost done adding colors to this large block of color, we're gonna pull out cane. And then when you cut it in cross section, it'll be visible with the patterns that we've packed all below the surface will be visible. And this is what we call marining. This residency was sponsored by the Feel Their Fire program, so I would like to give a special thank you to Jake Price, Corey Pemberton as our visiting artist this week here at the Museum of Glass, and you can learn more about him on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. during his artist talk. Can we please see some of Corey's past works? So we carved into the middle of the glass there. So then Sarah will come over with an additional rod, attach it to the bottom, and we'll release the glass. And so carving into it with those two blades creates stress, which creates a weak point. So we'll be able to remove it from the opposite side, and then once it's removed, we'll pull it down from the balconies. So we can't allow for the glass just to stay in a natural environment because those inner layers are cold. I mean, those outer layers are chilled and the inner layers are hot. So we'll lay it down and then we're gonna put it into the annealing oven here where it'll rest overnight. And then after it comes out of the annealing oven, he'll be able to keep chopping it down. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work.